over to you.
Hey, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the City of Lincoln's regular meeting of the City Council. Tonight's meeting will be televised and available on cable channel 18, YouTube, and Zoom. Those wishing to address City Council will be called upon at the appropriate time. Those who submitted a speaker card will be called first, followed by those in the audience, and finally those attending through Zoom. For those participating through Zoom that wish to provide public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 if you are calling in.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. The closed session starting at 5 o'clock, August 11th. All right, so we'll call everything to order. Very good. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Andriotta,
Present.
Councilmember Reedy,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Eklund,
Here.
Mayor Pearl.
Here. Okay, very good. We have three items for the closed session. Conference call with legal counsel on existing legislation, the gathering in, conference with real property negotiators, EAH housing, and conference call with legal counsel, existing litigation. Okay, there's no one in the audience, anyone on Zoom would make any comments?
No one on Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Birch. In that case, we'll close the session and we'll move to a closed session. Okay. Good evening, everyone. We'll start the meeting. Hope, would you start the meeting, please?
Yes, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the City of Lincoln's regular meeting of the City Council. Tonight's meeting will be televised and available on cable channel 18, YouTube, and Zoom. Those wishing to address City Council will be called upon at the appropriate time. Those who submitted a speaker card will be called first, followed by those in the audience, and finally those attending through Zoom. For those participating through Zoom that wish to provide public comment, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 if you are calling in. This evening's invocation will be given by Pastor Adam Hatfield of Pleasant Baptist Church. Once the invocation has concluded, Mayor Pearl will call the meeting to order.
You said in your word, if any man lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Our prayer tonight is that your wisdom will be upon all those present, and that every decision that is made by this body would honor you. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Okay, very good. We're going to be calling the meeting to order for August 11th, regular meeting. Okay. Hope, would you read call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Andriotta.
Present.
Councilmember Reedy.
Present.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Eklund. Mayor Pearl.
Here. Okay. Here. Okay, report from closed session, Mr. Attorney.
Direction was given to staff, Mayor, but no reportable action was taken. That being said, we are going to return to closed session. Are we still going to? Yeah, return to closed session at the end of the regular meeting, and so we'll report out any other action, if any, after that time.
Thank you very much. Okay, Pledge of Allegiance. Dave Peterson, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Thank you, Dave. Okay, do we have any agenda modifications from my colleagues?
Yes, Mayor. Item 10A, recognition of Lincoln Youth Global Disc Golf Champions. I was hoping I could get them here tonight, but their family was already booked, and so I was just trying to be proactive. They are going to be here on the 25th, so we're just
Okay.
going to go ahead and pull that one until next time. So if
Perfect.
Hope can make a note to put that on for the next meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Very good. Thank
Thank
you. Thank you very much. Any of my colleagues, any other modifications? Any other staff modifications?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff does have a modification and requests that item 13C be pulled from the agenda. There's a last minute modification to that amendment, and we will bring that back at the very next meeting for you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Going through that, that's fine. Okay, we'll continue on with presentations then for 10B, Civic Bot presentation by our Chief Innovation Officer, Ms. Brown.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I am just going to introduce one of my amazing staff. Her name's Papanzine, and she's going to be giving the presentation today. While she gets this up and going, I'll give a little bit of a background. So we had originally we wanted to have a 311 type of system with our work order system when we implemented that a few years ago. And what was presented to us, we didn't feel would fit our community because it was, you had to step through the way that you would know where to submit a problem. So like if you had you saw a pothole, you would have to know that in the Public Works Department, you have to go to the Streets Department, and then it would kind of like step you through, but you would have to know where each one of the things belonged. And so with the, chat bots, they were still very young at that time. And so we had presented to the consultant that was putting these together for us that we wanted something a little bit different. And what he did was he took that to the next level. And I gave it to Popenzine to make sure that it worked with our work order system, and she took it to the next level. So I think you guys are going to be very impressed with what we've come up with, and I'm going to let her present it.
And Jennifer, we're impressed with everything that you and your team does.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you for the kind words as well. Great leadership allows us to do this stuff. So as Jennifer mentioned, I'm going to present to you our Civic Bot solution for our service request system. So there are two workflows that we can do with Civic Bot. The first is to ask it a question. So any user can go onto the city website, ask a question. It will look through all of the city web pages, find an answer for you, and present that through the chat box. If an answer isn't found, it'll notify the user one hasn't been found. Staff also get that notification, so the next time that question is asked, we can update the website accordingly, and at that point, the answer will be provided to the person searching at that point. The second workflow is to submit service requests. So this is a component Jennifer just talked about. So through the city website, people can type in a question, a service request, that will make its way to the asset management system. If it's approved, it's first reviewed by our admin staff, and then it's delegated to the correct division to resolve the issue. So some of the capabilities I'd like to highlight is that it's embedded directly into the city's website. No need to link out to anywhere else. It is a direct connection to the city's asset management system, which is currently CityWorks. It provides answers based on information found on the city website. So that's something, again, that our staff controls and is already publicly available. It just makes it a lot easier to access. And in terms of service requests, one of the capabilities is photo analysis. It allows for emergency routing as well as advisory notices, and I will show that in my demo later. There are controls in place. We as staff control what is on the website, so we're always in control of what the answers are fed back to the bot. And as I mentioned, any unanswered questions, we have the opportunity to update our website accordingly, so if the next time that question is asked, an answer is provided. On the service request side, we are requiring users to provide a name and a phone number, so if there's information that we need from them at that time, staff can call them for additional information and clarification. But that information is not stored in the chatbot. It's directly sent to our asset management system. And again, everything is from our website that's been publicly accessible and approved by staff already. In my demo, I'll show you the two workflows. The first one will be just asking it a question when the community park opens. And then I'll lean more towards the service the service request workflow. So I'll show you the emergency routing, the advisory notifications users get. Once that service request is submitted, I'll show you what the admin approval section looks like, as well as the end view for our CityWorks system. Let me go ahead and close this out. So this is just a demo site that we put together for this meeting. It's embedded directly in our website, so you can see in this bottom corner, if we launch the Civic Bot chat box, it has a welcome prompt. The AI capability I was talking about for photo analysis, if a user would like to submit a photo, they can drag and drop it in here. The chat box will identify what's in that photo and suggest service requests to be submitted based on the image. If I'm a resident and I don't really know what type of service request I can submit, we have categories to help facilitate that workflow. But most likely staff and users are just going to type into the chat box directly. So I'll show you this first workflow. Let me move this down. And so I'll ask it, when does the community park open? So CivicBot is identifying this question based on key terms, whether it's a service request or a question that's being asked of it. So it's searching through our city website as well as our service request templates to provide an answer. So in this instance, it's letting the user know that the Community Center Park Phase 1 is scheduled to begin construction in spring 26 and completed in the winter. There's no official opening date yet because it's currently not in construction, but it does provide information as to further contacts if the user would like to call the city, and it provides a source. So this is the link on where it finds that information that it provides back to the user. Next, I'll show you the emergency routing piece. So if I wanted to report flooding on my street, again, using keywords, CivicBot will identify this as either a question or a service request. In this case, it says there's immediate attention that is needed. It could be an active mainline break. And so it gives the user the business hours as well as the after hours location, phone number, so that they can call. Big red lettering indicating that it's an emergency. The second piece to this is an advisory notice. So working with our Public Works admin staff, they let me know that a lot of times they get calls about missing cans. So I'll just ask or type in here saying that my trash can was missed. And again, CivicBot is identifying this as a question or a service request. So it provides some options as to submit a service request to the city. In this case, I'll just select that it's a missing residential garbage can pickup. This time, we know it's an advisory because this is in the gold text. It says the city needs more information. There are several reasons why a garbage can may have been missed. And it allows staff to customize it by adding links here. So it's asking the user to verify that it is a scheduled pickup date. So this links out again to the city website where they can go and verify their address as well as their scheduled trash pickup date. And if they wanted to call instead of submitting a request through CivicBot, they could do that as well. In this instance, I'll just go ahead and continue with my request. And it asks, again, some clarifying information and whether it's garbage or green waste or both. I'll just say garbage in this instance. I'll provide an address. It asks me to verify that it's correct. As I mentioned earlier, a name is required, as is a phone number. So if staff need additional information, they can reach out to the resident. An email is optional. I'm going to skip that. If I'd like to attach a photo, I could do that as well. I'll skip that in this instance. And then if there's any additional information, I could do that as well. At the end, it provides the user with a summary of what they're submitting. So in this instance, it's a missed residential garbage pickup. It provides them with the information they submitted, so the name and the phone number. And then there's a note here that admin staff asked us to put on here, identifying that some service requests can take up to 10 days, but usually solid waste are resolved within the next day. So I'll go ahead and I'll submit this. And each request that's submitted is given a confirmation number. So if I would have provided my email address, this would have been emailed to my email. If it were approved or rejected, I would also get a notification in my email with that status. However, if I just wanted to jot down this tracking number at any point in time throughout the workflow, I could come back to CivicBot, type in that number, and get my status. On the admin side, they have the option to review these before it makes it into our asset management system. So there's a review queue section here. And this is the one that I just submitted. I'll go ahead and I'll approve it. And I'll get a little green banner saying that it's been approved. And then I'll log into the city's asset management system. And so here you'll see that they're, just for purposes of testing, there's been 5 requests that have been submitted. There's a breakdown of what those request types are. So these are all of them that have been submitted through the CivicBot chatbot. And the other indicator that identifies that is that all of them have this initiated by. So that way it's easy for the city to track what requests are coming in the most through the chat box, and we can modify the website and these service requests as needed based on the volume. So I'll just open one of these up to show you what that looks like. If I would have provided an image, that image automatically makes its way to our CityWorks system so that staff can see what the issue is. And that information is stored in the comments with the information that I provided initially. you guys have any questions, I can try to answer those for you. If not, I can find an answer. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. That was really great, Mayor.
Yep, yeah, go ahead.
If a request is rejected or denied, is there an explanation that goes along with that of why it was denied?
There
So-
is,
okay,
yes.
Okay,
An admin staff ability to enter that in.
okay, great, thank you.
Well, I know this is going to be a rhetorical question, but there was an article in the paper today in Sassoon City where hackers got in and they really have disrupted, they got the city on hold, basically. I'm assuming that all the protocol, that's why I said it's a rhetorical question. Protocols are set so that nothing can break in through the back door here.
Correct.
Okay,
There's no connection to the city through this.
perfect.
I had a question. Can you use this? I know that, this is awesome, by the way. I can't tell you how many times I couldn't find how to report, fix the pothole here or there, let alone the number of times that I've tried to help one of the residents do that. But, question about code enforcement. Would it be the same thing where, hey, such and such neighbors built his fence, whatever, let me take some pictures. Can you put that into and it'll take you right to where to report that on the
It,
city
it depends
website?
on the wording that's provided. So if they say, there's an issue with my neighbor, if they use the correct keywords, it'll guide them to the city's website where they could file a report. There is a service request specifically for graffiti, which directs them to those online forms.
Okay.
But if it's something that we need to figure out whether or not it needs a service request, we could create that and then it would guide the users to do that.
Okay, cool, yeah, because I get that one a lot too. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you, are you able to go back to the screen where once you submit a request and then it shows an answer, whether it was approved or rejected, does it show like a contact or does it close the conversation or are you able to still communicate to that person who is
It
responding?
stores it. So if I reject it, I can show you both to answer your question as well. So if there's the reject option and you can type the reason as to why, and that's sent to the user if they provide their email. But there's also these approved and rejected options. So that information is kept. So if there's a question that they need to go back and somebody calls asking, I submitted this, can I get a follow-up? They're able to go back and view that.
Is the resident able to communicate right out of that window though? Like
No.
if after it's rejected, does it just close the conversation and then they have to make a phone call after that or they can't say something after
I
that?
don't know the answer to that one, but I can find out.
Okay, thank you.
I've been chatting away. I'm trying it out. Why didn't I?
John's a fact checker. Okay. Well, very good. The team continues to amaze and astound without a doubt. This is fabulous for our community. Another question, how are we going to roll this out so the community has an understanding of that it's there and how to use it?
I'll let Jennifer answer that.
So we'll do our normal work, social outreach. We'll work with Erin to launch outreach on what this is and how to use it. It's easy enough to use where it can walk people through, their questions. You can ask it anything. It's much smarter than the Google search that is currently on our website. You're looking for something and it gives you like all these different things that have nothing related to what you're asking. So I think it'll be picked up really easily.
Cool, excellent. Okay, well, in that case, thank you very much.
you.
Super job, super job. It's live now?
It is not live. We were waiting for you guys to say if you like it, bus it,
Okay.
put it up.
It'll be live tomorrow?
Go.
How are you, okay, I'm like, how are you chatting if it's not live?
Yeah.
That's a sandbox version.
Broke in.
Yeah, he's your hacker right there.
Yes.
Thank you, hacker.
Oh, so Jen, when will it be live again?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? All right,
Thank
cool.
you guys so much.
All right, excellent. Super. Okay, done with that over here. Information items and disclosures. Do any council members have any conflicts of interest to report tonight? Okay, very
I
good.
had some information items.
Well, then we're
Yeah.
coming to that.
Yeah,
We're
no,
coming
no,
to
I'm
that.
just saying
It was
we're-
information
Okay.
and
Not trying to rush you, Mayor. just
Okay,
like-
okay. We'll get there. It's a short agenda, I understand. Okay, so do any council members have any informational items to share?
But Ben can go first if he wants to.
well, thank you. I would just want to report back that the calendar deal that Jen and her team put together for nonprofits and whoever to,
Oh, the community calendar?
yeah, the community calendar was a hit. I think that there was a standing ovation and it was very, very well received. That was.
Oh,
all.
at the Lincoln Serves meeting?
Yes,
Oh,
the
very
Lincoln
cool.
Serves meeting,
That's
so
great, awesome.
very happy about that.
Excellent. Holly?
I just wanted to report back that the mayor and I attended the Sac Valley, meeting for League of Cities in Grass Valley on Thursday or Friday.
Friday.
And, it was a really great meeting and, I think that the information we got in this particular meeting is probably the best we've ever had. They had, one of their staff members and then, other representative who is retired fire science and she runs a nonprofit. And it was all about fire hardening and they were able to get grants and work with different programs to help people in their community to take a look at their homes, look at the fences and how the fences are connected to their neighbors, what kind of material they are, the bushes around their house, dried, grass and leaf material around their house. And it was really eye-opening and something that I want to follow up with Sean about, and kind of lean him that way so he can look at it too. I mean, I don't know, Mayor, didn't you think that was
Yeah.
really informative?
It was great.
really
You
good?
know, we don't have the same challenges that they do
Right.
up there in Grass Valley and Nevada City, but it doesn't mean that we're immune to that here either. As we found with a lot of fires that we've had down over here. But yeah, it was a great session. And I think we can learn from what they're doing. So
Yeah,
that was,
for
that
sure.
was, that
It
was
was
good.
really great. And then, as long as I'm not stealing your thunder, and if you want to talk about it, you can, but we attended the bike park opening
Yes,
on
yes.
Saturday. The mayor, Whitney, and I were there. And, I mean, if you haven't been out to Foskett Park right behind the school, go check it out. The volunteers out there have been building that BMX course for several months. They're still working on it. It's a work in progress. It's phenomenal. And I think once they're already, we're using it now. We did a big ribbon cutting and opening. But once they get that up and running and have their competitions, it's going to be like the skate park where people are going to come from all over to race and bring their families, and it'll be an economic driver for Lincoln, but also just a source of recreation for the families. And so we were pumped. It was fun.
It was an amazing accomplishment for what they did. And basically with volunteer labor
Yep.
and donations, we leased the land to them, but they carried it out. I was there about a week before that and it was nowhere near complete as what they had now. And they're continuing to move it forward. They'll be working on it for another couple of months, but it is just a fabulous park. I was gonna say the kids are gonna enjoy it, but the adults are going to enjoy it also.
Oh, yeah, they were out there riding too. And I just wanted to share that this is something that I talked to Sean about when we first hired him. And one of the reasons why I mean, he's just amazing as it is, but why he's been so successful, why, we're doing all these great things is because I don't know who I said it to them, but people were talking about the public-private partnership. And I said, this is the kind of stuff that happens when we have the attitude of how do we get to yes? Right? In years past, it was always, no, we can't do it. No, we can't do it. No, we can't do it. And I'm like, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to find a way to say yes. And so this is a really great example of that. And I'm very proud of the partnership with them and the fun it's going to bring years to come.
I was all set to get on a bike and go to the course,
I
but,
know.
but Penny said, no, you're not. So anyway. Anyway, that was a lot of fun to be
It
out
was
there.
fun, yeah,
And
thanks.
more to come on that
Yeah.
without a doubt. Okay, very good. Any other informational items? The other informational item that I had is I was driving back from Turkey Creek today and I passed the 193, all that road work which is going on out there. It's amazing how quickly they're getting everything done. And Vin, I think we're still shooting for an October with the light and everything else.
Yes, we're still hoping to get things done in October, but there is still a lot of work to remain once traffic is shifted to the north side.
Right.
And we'll start working on the south side. So.
Okay, good. It's great to see that progress, though. We'll see whether Fran comes on tonight.
Yeah, I had something, of 193, I heard that there was something exceptionally unique that happened over the weekend and maybe last week, that there was a bear
Oh.
over in Turkey Creek actually got a message from the mayor of Roseville asking me for an update on that. And I told her that we got a notification from our city manager that they were tracking it with animal control and we were going to get an update if they found it. So they could relocate, but I don't think we heard anything yet.
Nope, it was
they ever
barely on our
found him.
radar.
It was barely there.
Oh, bear update? Yeah, we didn't find the bear. The bear has been hanging out in Rockland for the last couple weeks. Probably, we think, probably was in the Clover Valley Preserve area, traveled along the fingers into Sun City, where it was probably an open space for a while, and then ended up kind of almost near where the construction area is that the mayor mentioned. And we had PD and animal control out looking for it and didn't find it. We think it's probably a younger bear that was pushed out of the family and made its way down the hills and probably has now made its way back up the hills. So
Yeah, there was a Facebook video that someone took over in that area and it was a younger, smaller bear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're not overly, I mean, obviously we've just been telling folks, don't go up and pet it, please, but
Right.
not overly concerned. It's a super
What can go
safety risk
wrong?
at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Any other informational items? Okay. All right, very good. Public comment. On non-agenda items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council, all speakers' time will be limited to 3 minutes unless extended by the mayor. All comments or questions should be addressed to the mayor, and in most cases, the city council is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, but may engage in a brief discussion, provide direction to city staff, will schedule items for future meetings. And I hope I understand we have 3 cards so far listed.
We do. We have 3 speaker cards. I'll go ahead and call the speakers up in order. First, Dennis Zaro, followed by Evan Faddis, and finally Stan Nader.
Yes, please.
Your contributions to our wonderful city. I've done some research on gas-powered gas-powered leaf blowers, and I've discovered that there are 29 cities now in the state of California that have banned them. The city of Portland, Oregon has banned them. The whole city of Hawaii, the state of Hawaii has banned those things. There are major problems related to those blowers, noise and air pollution. And also the city of Sacramento is strongly considering banning gas-powered leaf blowers. There's no controls on those things for noise. There's no controls for emissions, which are both dangerous. The noise is disturbing. It irritates people during the day that are trying to rest or take naps. The air pollution is a problem now in the age of global warming, and there are no controls on those things. For example, our cars, our gas and diesel vehicles that we operate have very sophisticated muffler systems. They have emission controls that make them safer and less irritating for us. These things have no controls. And also the state of California now has banned new sales of those things. So I'm hoping the city of Lincoln is moving in that direction as well. If any input or reactions, it would be welcome, but
Well, thank you, sir. We will, we'll shift it over to our city manager and staff to take a look at it. The news to me that there's you cannot buy them anymore. Is that what you're saying? That your
you
information?
cannot buy new ones anymore, but the ones that are still in operation are still allowed for use where they have not been banned. And they have been banned in many places, and the ball is rolling, it's snowballing, it's happening all over the country, and it should be happening here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
Mayor,
good. Yes.
you can't buy new gas-powered lawnmowers either. Yeah. Oh, they did.
You can buy them. There's at Lowe's, they have one. They're like, we're gas is back. That's what.
Oh, gas is back. But-
So
yeah.
I'm planning to close, but I hope that my little bit of input here has made an impact. I hope it was informational. And it's my little way of urging the city to ban these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Definitely had an impact because I did not know that and it was not on my radar, but I will agree, they are annoying to hear, especially during nap time or early in the morning. I don't know anybody that says, God, I really love that, the sound of a gas powered blower.
Okay, well, very
Good to
good.
know.
Sean, you'll,
Yeah, we'll look into it. It's new to me too. So.
okay, very good. Next. Evan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Since our last meeting, or since the last meeting I attended, we've noticed something exciting. There's already a growing buzz throughout our community about Measure F and the possibility of bringing paramedic services to the Lincoln Fire Department. Our firefighters are being approached on emergency calls at local businesses and around town by residents asking questions and expressing their support. As I mentioned previously, your Lincoln firefighters are ready to help educate our community. We look forward to going door to door, answering questions, and making sure residents understand what Measure F could mean for the future of emergency medical care in Lincoln. I'd like to share a recent call that demonstrates why this service matters. Engine 35 responded to a home in Del Webb where an elderly resident has suffered a fall, resulting in a suspected hip injury, and she rated her pain as a 9 out of 10. Our firefighters immediately assessed and stabilized the patient, but because we do not currently provide paramedic services, we had to wait for an ambulance before pain medication could be administered. The ambulance arrived approximately 20 minutes later. By the time an IV was established and the first dose of pain medication was administered, 31 minutes had passed since the time of call. After the patient was packaged and moved, more than 42 minutes had passed before transport began. With firefighter paramedics, that treatment could have started within minutes of arrival. That's the difference this service can make for our residents. The citizens of Lincoln have made it clear that paramedic services are a priority. I'm excited about the opportunity Measure F provides to bring this advanced level of care to our community. And I'm looking forward to working together with the council and our residents to make sure they understand what Measure F can provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. And you certainly understand that we cannot say anything at this point, but we thank you very much for the information. Yep. And the information will be getting out there.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Stan Nader and I live in the 12 Bridges area. I reviewed the staff report and a video for the item on the City Council agenda related to the funding agreement between the city and Placer County for a stoplight located at Sierra College Boulevard and 12 Bridges Drive at the council's July 13th meeting. In watching the video, there was a robust discussion between the city council and city staff regarding where the funding for the project would be coming from, how that fund would be reimbursed, and whether the county had approved the agreement. Why is that important? City staff acknowledged that the project was not located within the county's jurisdiction. It appears the city is being drawn into assisting with the funding of the project as there is a desire to accelerate the installation because of the number of accidents that have happened at that location and the large number of Lincoln residents using Sierra College Boulevard as a bypass to Highway 65. I had the opportunity to communicate with the Placer County Board of Supervisors chairperson. She told me that the board has not approved the funding agreement between the county and the city and is also working to establish a funding agreement between the county and Bigford Ranch project. She said those two agreements probably would not be before the board for several months. I asked her if she thought the city-county agreement would be approved by the board, and she said she was aware that one board member was opposed to the project and was not sure how the rest of the board felt. I am bringing all of this to your attention as I believe it was premature for the county-city agreement to be brought before you until the county approves the agreement because there may be changes to the agreement that may not be to your liking. And the project is within the county's jurisdiction. The county should be leading the way on this project. Another concern I have is that city staff acknowledge that the project was not currently listed as a transportation PFE project. So it is, it would not appear that it is part of the city's current budget. That PFE fund balance is committed to other projects. So money is proposed to be drawn from the Development Services Fund 248. I'll finish real quickly. Unfortunately, Fund 248 is to be used to pay for operational engineering, consulting costs tied directly to land use, construction oversight, and infrastructure review. That is not to be used as a fund to fund a PFE project. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. John?
Okay, so we'll start in reverse. No, let's start from the beginning. So whether or not the county gets to approve the timeline at which they're going to approve their funding agreement is really of no consequence to us. They're the leader of the project that they build when they decide to build. What we didn't want to do, and I think we talked about this, was be the reason for a holdup in the project moving forward. It's also not accurate that we don't have some financial responsibility in the project. The SPARTA fee, which is the South Placer Regional Transportation something fee, a portion of that project, and it's the Madhouse southbound lanes that are a big part of the project. So we are paying for our responsibility that was already part of Lincoln's sort of traffic analysis with the county on our impact to that intersection. And so there's a percentage of the project that we would have been in for at some point. The acceleration was really more related to not just perceived concerns, but real concerns about safety at that location. And so if the county ends up bringing a funding agreement that we don't agree with the terms on, then they are not going to sign ours, and we will have to return back with whatever their edits were. That said, this went back and forth with county staff numerous times and county council. They may choose to change it. What we've kind of made really clear in our version is we have a cap to what we're willing to contribute towards the project based on the estimates, and that's kind of it. So that's that. Separately, and whether or not it's premature, I can tell you that if you know of any large bureaucracy, county, state, Caltrans, et cetera, their lead time that they need to be able to get things completed is far greater than ours. And we have had situations in the past where we were the ones that were last to the agreement, and it stalled projects as a result of it. So we just didn't want that. Separately, it's important to understand that any dollars spent on this it's not just a contribution that we draft to county accounts. This will be paid based on invoices received and our proportionate share as the project moves along. So the 2.3 million number is not cash out the door when the project starts, it's as they build. So that's important. Second issue is PFE versus Fund 248. Couple details. And this is really hard. Nita and I talk about this a lot. We struggle sometimes to get staff to understand this concept, but it is not accurate to indicate that you can only spend PFE dollars on the items that are listed in your PFE study. That's simply not true. If that were the case, there would be a lot of dusty projects that never got built and huge fund balances in all of those accounts. The reality of impact fee charges is that city infrastructure needs to change over time. And so the law allows you to make reasonable nexuses to infrastructure improvements that are capacity enhancing and apply PFE funds to those projects as long as you at some point thereafter make the nexus, add it into your study, et cetera, right? And which of course we intend to do. And then the third issue is that, is this question of whether 248 should you be used or not be used. Were we not in a year, and I'm talking about 2027 when this is anticipated, where we were building 3 roundabouts, and a number of other transportation improvements that's going to deplete the PFE fund, which we've been saving to do those over a long period of time, we would have drafted it directly out of that PFE account. But we also don't want to hold up these other traffic improvements, which I'm sure the mayor can share because it's his district. People have been asking about for a long, long time. And those are sort of safety improvements. So it was important for us to kind of do both. We could have the alternative, and we will bring you a couple of options on the finance side. You could alternatively deficit spend in transportation PFE, which would mean that any fees that we receive in the future would go against that balance until we equalize and are back in a revenue positive position. And we've done that with park projects before, if necessary. In this instance, if the county was going to be super efficient and move forward on this, we wanted to make sure we had funds available and ready to go. 248, well, Mr. Nader's correct. The fund is housed in community development, which is to pay for the operations of community development in general. As I mentioned last meeting, it's actually a sub-fund of the general fund. So it is funding that can be used for other purposes. We rarely do that. The only cases in which Nita and I even really consider it are things like this that have some reasonable nexus to growth and planning, i.e. traffic improvements that serve most of Village 1. So we are going to bring back some options for whether it be a repayment of that out of PFE, and there are ways to do that. I think we talked about this last time that interfund loans have become kind of a taboo term in Lincoln. They're not a taboo term nearly anywhere else. It's a normal accounting practice that you use when you need to. So we'll give you that option. We're going to give a deficit spend option, and then we'll look at a few other alternatives. But the feedback we had received from City Council was, hey, this is a super important project to us, and we'd like to make sure that we are not the reason it doesn't get built. So I hope that answers most of the questions.
Thank you very much, Sean. It's nice to hear the facts in this situation. This is a critical expense and a project for us. I was actually in that intersection of for the last big accident they had out there, and it was really big. And something has to be done out there, and we're stepping up. We're working with the county. We're going to make this happen, and we're just going to move forward with it. So,
Mayor, one of the just little detail I think is super important is the narrative we were receiving early on in this was that it was going to be built through funds partially from Bickford, but not until a certain unit count, which at this stage seems many, many years away.
yeah, that's right. So as I recall, there's 1,800 houses when they hit 750, and there were only like 300 sold at this point. So it would be a long time. This is something that's critical, I think, to the safety of our citizens over here, both for us and also for the county, without a doubt. So we're hopeful to move it forward as quickly as possible. Okay, very good. Any other comments? Did that get 3?
Those are the 3 comment cards. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to provide public comment? If so, please approach the podium. Seeing none, I'll go over to Zoom. I do have one hand raised. Ms. Fran Neves, you have been unmuted. Please provide your public comment.
Hi, everybody. It's been a long time. This is Fran Neves. I live in 12 Bridges. I've been in Lincoln 23 years now, and I love it. And I just have a few things to say this evening. One is there's been a Poets Club of Lincoln for 25 years. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Okay. Anyway, at our last, and we've had a contest for 22 years. So the library has poetry contests. At our last meeting, we had 3 poet laureates from other towns. One was from Grass Valley. And there are little towns and they have poet laureates. And I know people in Lincoln, like even some of you might write poems. Maybe you don't admit it or read them out loud anywhere. But anyway, I just wanted to put it out there that maybe it's time for Lincoln to have a poet laureate. Okay, and I did want to talk about 193 and Oak Tree Lane. It is exciting out there. Everything's moving along greatly, and thank you for the stop signs. And maybe you could put a three-way stop at Sierra College and 12 Bridges. Maybe that would just do it until you get, the real signal lights in, because it's made a difference for us. There's been so much out there. They're having issues going over that little creek. And one of the things I saw that I loved that I wanted to share was this huge, huge truck that looked like an RV, but it was a truck, it drives like a truck. And then it opened on the sides, and then arms and legs came out like the moon landing vehicles. And then this huge crane went up into the sky, and then it lifted up these big slabs of cement, like 10 by 12 or something, trying to fix the road over that creek. Anyway, I just wanted to share that because that was really exciting. Another thing, the church built about 20 years ago with the condition we had to pay the city $250,000 for those signal lights. And one of the deals was a developer would repay the church $110,000. Well, there's been a lot of development out there and the church hasn't been paid yet. So we were just wondering if the city maybe had an update on that, because the money was paid to the city, not to the developer. So those were the things I just wanted to share. Also, that I was wondering about the county dollar. Our part of the taxes from the county tax. If anybody's been working on that, I've been hearing about that forever, but I don't know that anybody's really working on it, or that we're ever going to get anything. So, okay, my time's about up, but I enjoyed visiting with you and talking to you this evening.
Thank you, Fran. And you're talking about the tax rate areas, and yes, we are talking with the county about that. Also, I just happen to know someone who would qualify for a poet laureate for Lincoln. So we can.
Me too, but the city, there's a lot of responsibility for a poet laureate, and so the city would want to know what all those what things that poet laureates do. You do things for the city, you go to schools, you write for different events, and yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to put it out there. Maybe you might want to think about it, so we can join the ranks of cities who have poet laureates. Thank you, everybody, for all you do.
Thank you, Fran. Very, very good.
No other hands raised.
Okay, very good. In that case, we'll close public comment over here. Move to the consent calendar. We have pulled 13 Charlie over here. Are there any questions from the council before we open it up? Okay, all right, very good. Madam Clerk, do we have any speaker cards?
No speaker cards.
Right, no speaker cards?
No.
No, okay. Off to Zoom.
I see no hands raised on Zoom. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to provide public comment? I see none.
All right, very good. Comment, bring back to my colleagues. Any comments from the council? All right, very good. I'll ask for a motion to accept the consent calendar with the exception of 13 Charlie.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
Charlie, second over here. Very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay. Public hearings. We have no public hearings today. General business. One item here. Adopt a resolution approving a fixed-base operator and airport management services agreement with KT Aero California LLC for Lincoln Regional Airport, and will be presented by our Public Works Director, Matt Medill.
Just looking for my presentation.
Matt, was that placed in the folder?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just looking for that.
We'll
folder.
grab that. I don't think it was copied to the podium. Let me see what I can do.
do that, yes.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for your patience. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting the Fixed Based Operator and Airport Management Services Agreement. My name is Matthew Medill. I'm the Public Works Director and Airport Manager. And with us tonight, we also have 3 representatives from KTRO on the line that will add some color to their business and some of their credentials. So tonight, we're going to be recommending that the City Council hear about the Fixed Base Operator and Airport Management Services Agreement. We're going to be asking that you approve that agreement, authorize the city manager to execute that agreement subject to the city attorney review and approval, allow minor transition-related modifications. As far as the initiation of this contract, they are prepared to initiate services within the 30-day window, but they've been accommodating. We do have a full-time senior maintenance worker out at the airport, so they're willing to be flexible so that we don't incur the full cost of ramping up to the full level of service in the contract initially, but we still need to work out those details. We are going to be asking that you approve an airport fund budget augmentation for $262,000, and as well as authorize the implementations and actions necessary to begin the services. So why do we need this agreement? The airport growth requires dedicated coverage. This agreement responds to the increased operational complexity at the airport. We do have 48 new hangars in construction right now. They're going to be, the project will be paved and likely complete within 30 days or so. We've just had increasing activity out at the airport, as well as when I first started and took on the role of airport manager about 3 years ago, we had a lot of interest from the airport users to enhance services out at the airport. We've been kind of operating at a very lean level, and we were looking for ways that we could improve services out at the airport with our very modest budget. One of the things we wanted to do and we included in this agreement was expanding to 7-day coverage, expanding from an 8-hour day to an 11-hour day, increasing coverage, almost doubling the coverage. Right now, our staff person has about a 2,080-hour schedule of service to the airport, and this contract includes over 4,000 of annual regular coverage hours once fully implemented. One of the key components of this agreement is the city maintains control. We're going to remain the airport owner. We're going to remain the policy making authority. We're going to retain the core functions, a lot of those administrative services as far as like billing, lease management, airport manager title, that will remain with me. We're also going to maintain management of the airport engineer, as well as our in-house support for those capital improvement projects that we deliver, as well as approval of the budget and major project approvals, which includes in 2029 the construction or the rehabilitation of the runway, which is our big project that's in the near horizon. Just to walk you through the level of effort that we went through on this process, we spent several months discussing and exploring ideas of what an RFP might look like. You know, Sean, myself, Nita, Scott Boynton, none of us are necessarily airport or aviation experts, nor are we pilots. So we had to do a lot of research, and that culminated in the preparation of an RFP in April. And that RFP was advertised. We did the best to our ability identifying what the core needs were of the airport users. We packaged that into an RFP. We put it out, advertised it. I think we had about maybe 15 plan holders that pulled the plans off of Planet Bids. We had a mandatory pre-proposal meeting that was not attended. So we had to regroup. We made some modifications. We reached out to all of the vendors that had pulled the plans and asked for their feedback. We re-advertised with those recommendations. Several of the vendors we contacted expressed interest. And then we put that out again as an amendment with a voluntary pre-proposal meeting. And then on August 8th, we got one proposal, and that was KTRO. And actually, we were very pleasantly surprised that they submitted, as they were the top candidate in all of the vendors that we had discussed the opportunity with. So we were actually really pleasantly surprised that they submitted. We've worked with them, it's August 11th, we've worked with them for over a year on this scope, refining the scope. We've been to the airport committee on numerous occasions, and most recently gained their approval after I added key performance measures that they wanted included in the contract. They wanted performance metrics that KTR will report on. So we did get their recommendation to take it to council with a recommendation for approval. I know this is a busy slide. I'm gonna just hit the highlights. So what do they provide? They provide airport operations and compliance support. They're basically gonna be our boots on the ground out at the airport. They're gonna provide the on-ground maintenance and operations functions, including fueling, facilities and ground maintenance, ramp ground services, revenue growth and business development. This is one of the key differentiators in bringing on a professional airport management group. And those of us that work on the airport, this is another, as you know, duties as assigned responsibility that we find time to fulfill. But we don't really have that aviation expertise. We're not pilots. KTRO has an airport engineer on their team as well as a pilot. They are very familiar with the aviation business, and they're going to speak to their competency and their business following the presentation. And lastly, there is an opportunity. They're interested in helping us develop the airport. So they've been in talks with us over the past year, is exploring potential opportunity for a development agreement, and that's still in the works. Phased implementation, there will be an employee transition period. We do have a full-time staff person. The human resources director and I met with the union representation and had a meet and confer session discussing the transition. KTRO is willing to also participate in a transition subject to future negotiations. I know they're going to have some staffing to put in place and those types of things to be fully operational. And a target date, we have a target date within the next 30 days, subject to that negotiation. Budget augmentation, how are we going to pay for this? We are asking the city council to approve a budget augmentation of $268,000, and that's comprised of the base management fee. That's 10 months of a 12-month fully loaded contract. And as we know, there's going to be a transition period over the next 4 months through the end of the year. So it could be less than that. Estimated fuel flowage fee, again, that's 10 of 12 months of our current volumetric sales is about 175,000 gallons. And part of the compensation package for the agreement is that they get a flowage fee of 6 cents per gallon of fuel sold. Currently, our markup on avgas is $1.50 a gallon, and jet fuel is $3 a gallon. And then with the estimated overtime and callouts and estimated maintenance, that's essentially what we pay now for our in-house services. But because it's part of the contract now, and they will be providing the overtime, they will be providing that maintenance for maintenance over $1,000. We needed to include it in this budget for their contract, but we should see equivalent reductions in our currently budgeted amounts that are under different line items in our approved budget. So a couple things I want to note about the financial impact. The biennium budget that was adopted did not include a couple of more recent revenue additions. And one of those additions was on December 1st of 2025, about, was that 9 months ago? We took ownership of the South Placer hangars. And before that, before we took ownership, I believe we were receiving somewhere in the neighborhood of $600 a month for that ground lease. And now we are collecting full hangar rental revenue, which I believe is in the $13,000 per month range. Now, we do have some expenses with utility costs, but that increase in revenue is approximately $120,000 a year. Additionally, over the past year, we worked with the airport committee and the airport users through extensive outreach at the EAA meetings, and we established a common area maintenance fee that got overwhelming buy-in from the airport users. And that generates about, it's more about $125,000 a year at full occupation, at full tenancy. And that's once we have the hangars occupied at the new project, the new executive hangar project. We still have governance standard safeguards in place. Again, the airport committee is still going to, well, they fully supported this, but they're going to still be a standing body. KTRO will attend those meetings for any feedback. They'll have an operations report. They're going to be fully engaged with that current committee structure. The agreement remains subject to city attorney approval, so any modifications or any that will be fully vetted by the city attorney's office. And then this approval, it does mention that we are in negotiations with KTRO on a future development agreement. But this agreement also includes an off-ramp in case, you know, they really wanted that to happen, it didn't happen. There's an off-ramp where they could terminate this agreement. But I think, you know, you'll hear from them tonight. I think they're fully committed to making this a success. Let's see, and then this is not, there's not a project. It's not subject to CEQA. So with that, the requested motions adopt the resolution approving KTRO LLC, the fixed base operator and airport management services agreement, and authorizing Sean to execute that agreement and any transition related modifications to that agreement. And we do have KTRO, Travis, Kent, and Diego on the phone, and I'd like them to have an opportunity to introduce their business as well as provide some of their credentials and their success at some of the other airports they manage.
And Mr. Mayor, before we throw this to KTRO, I do just want to point out to the members of the public and the council that we did provide a revised resolution, which is on your dais, as well as a blue memo outlining the revisions. As Matt indicated in his report, we needed to update the augmentation information, and we also took the opportunity to provide some additional information in that resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. So noted.
Is Travis on the line?
I don't have Travis on the line. I do have Diego. So I can go ahead and unmute him right now. Hey, you are unmuted. Please provide your comment.
Hello there. Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay. Well, yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the time this evening. We're very excited about the prospect and opportunity of working with the great city of Lincoln. Just to give you quick background, and I won't burn too much of your time here, but so KTRO, just to give you a kind of overview of the company, for those that obviously haven't been involved in the discussion thus far. We're an FBO group with 4 locations, 2 in New Mexico, 1 in California, 1 in Nevada. We are really focused ourselves on elevating the general and business aviation experience by providing, say, top tier customer service, but I think above all, understanding that FBOs and aviation, it's a lot of fancy buzzwords, and that, you know, to the general public, don't always mean a lot. And so we focus on communicating the value that general aviation and business aviation bring to the nation as a whole. And we understand that nothing in this industry is one size fits all. So each of our different locations, they really required a different and completely different and tailored experience. In terms of our management team, so this the three of us, myself, Travis, and Kent, and they extend their apologies as well. They're monitoring. They've been monitoring the meeting, but they're actually blocked out of the firewall from joining. So they can't join into the Zoom. So in terms of our backgrounds, like Matt alluded to a little bit there, so I have an extensive aviation background. I've worked in the industry for about 10 years. I'm a certified flight instructor, based locally in the area. I'm actually in Cameron Park, which is why this one means a lot to me. Travis comes from a mechanic background, and Kent has extensive experience in airport administrations at large airport systems. So some of our, our accolades, we started with one location in Gallup, New Mexico, and really just hit the ground running. We experienced a 30% growth rate annually for the first 2 years. We've done a lot of community outreach there, community events, the Navajo Uplift, Christmas Uplift, and then we grew the daily 135 charter operation, which basically just means non-scheduled, non-airline charter service, from 4 flights weekly to 2 flights daily. So we really focus a lot on those public-private partnerships, working with and leveraging our relationships with 135 operators, with Part 191 operators, which are just general business aviation flights, and really just focusing on growing commercial and business aviation traffic, while providing an exceptional experience to the general aviation community. So it's kind of a two-tiered approach for us at each of our locations. We focus on those commercial operators and driving more commercial business, flight departments, partnerships with the military. We have a strong relationship with CAL FIRE at our location down in Castle. And obviously, like I mentioned, charter companies, and we do this through kind of a multi-tiered marketing approach. We have some sales background in the aviation industry, so we leverage all that, and we really just try to drive that commercial business to each of our airports, and obviously still recognizing the great importance and the long tradition of general aviation. I mean, I'm involved in the world daily as a flight instructor, so I know the importance of quote unquote the little things to those that utilize the airport on a daily basis. So I'm very passionate about general aviation and especially general business aviation here in the Northern California community. And to that effect as well, we have quite a bit of relationships with organizations like the AAAE, the Airport Executives Organization, the national and regional chapters of the National Business Aviation Association. So we work on community events like that and partnering with those groups and those industries, just to drive eyes, to drive traffic, and to elevate the local community experience, and making sure that the entire community feels involved in the airport, because a lot of times local airports, not everyone it can kind of seem like this walled off, isolated kind of place over there. And so we focus on integrating the local community and demonstrating the value that the 5,000 plus non-towered airports in the country, the value that they bring to driving the local economy, and the value that they just bring to communities at large. So we're very, with that, I just want to thank you all for your time and just express our commitment and our eagerness. And yeah, and that's, I'll take any questions and just appreciate your time.
Were you able to get Travis back on?
I sent him the phone number. I'm not sure. Diego, did you see in the email, there was also a Zoom link and a phone number?
Oh,
I'm not sure if he's able to call in.
let me see. Let me text him because he got blocked out of the geo-fenced firewall trying to dial in on his computer. So let me text him.
Well, we're waiting, Matt. Is there anything else that you want to add at this point?
I just think this is another step in leveling up the airport. We have a huge investment, a huge project going on. There's increased interest. And I think this just raises the bar at the Lincoln International Airport that we are just have a bright future ahead of us.
Did I hear you say that Lincoln International Airport? I love it.
did.
Yes. Well, we do have a trade zone, so that is correct. What we're waiting for, first of all, Diego, that was very good. If Travis can get on, that would be fine. If not, you did a very good job standing in for him. And before we turn it over to any questions from the audience, any questions from my colleagues at this point? We still have an opportunity to come back with comments afterward. Okay, I think so. Comments?
Questions.
Okay, questions.
Yep. So I'm trying to understand the numbers. So the augmentation is for the contract, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're actually having to give the airport additional funds to do that, right?
We're authorizing the budget, yes, and there will be an expense as we implement the contract. But in discussing with KTRO, it's going to be a phased transition over the 4 months, and we'll need to hash out the details with them. So it'll be somewhere between 0 and fully implemented by January 1st. January 1st will be fully implemented. So I'd imagine there's going to be a ramp up of the contract, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to start as soon as the contract signed or 30 days from approval. So there will be a transition there. And I don't know, we don't have any near-term maintenance that I'm aware of, but that's the typical level that we budget for. So essentially, we're kind of double budgeting because I didn't ask to defund the overtime for our staff person. I didn't ask to defund the maintenance obligation. We're basically budgeting twice with the understanding that we're obviously not going to spend double that amount.
Right. Okay. So taking aside the transition when you're going to have some shared resources with our current staff and then them taking over, which I understand. So I'm looking at the airport budget and I'm trying to understand which of these costs essentially go away as a result of this and are replaced by this contract.
If I may.
Yep.
So there are some staff costs that will be eliminated once KTRO is up and running fully. And that's approximately 150-ish thousand. So that's in your salaries and benefits. There is also regular kind of maintenance that are scattered in the expenses of around 25,000 that we won't be incurring, that KTRO is going to take on and bill us for. So that's kind of it's a wash, right? But again, we're not defunding those maintenance expenses. We're keeping them in there, which is why Matt's saying we're kind of double
Right,
budgeting,
right.
which I
Yeah,
just don't say
I'm
that
more
term
trying to
ever again.
understand after the transition.
Yeah.
So essentially 27, 28 kind of.
Yeah,
would like
so
be a
after
clean
the
year.
transition in a clean year, the salaries and wages will be reduced. The maintenance expenses will be reduced. And there still would be a nut there to cover. You know, that's about a total of 170-ish thousand that would go away. And the remainder of the agreement we're going to cover from the additional revenues that we're receiving as a result of the South Placer hangars reverting and those revenues being taken in. So we've got more cash coming in to the airport than we did in previous years. And we also have the CAM charge that we just recently initiated with airport users. And while that revenue source is identified for specific things, some of those things are maintenance related that KTRO will now be handling. So we believe and we assert really to this council that there are funds available, that this is not going to result in additional deficits to the airport fund. There are off-ramps for this agreement, as Matt Medill said. We are also working on an alternative method of funding this agreement that would have zero, essentially, or up to zero financial impact to the airport fund. But until that deal is solidified or inked, we have to say this is the cost to the airport fund.
So I'm looking at, I think it's the last airport meeting, which shows, I think, the 25-26 actuals and budgeted. So I'm looking at that now. So under the controllable, so on that spread, on his chart there, the fuel flowage, that's just kind of a cross. The estimated overtime callouts, estimated maintenance. These are things that are those other ones in the budget that are essentially going, we're double accounting for the purposes of the transition, but in the future, it'll be one or the other, right?
Correct.
Okay. So then it's really just covering the 209 or the 250.
Correct.
Okay. So when I'm looking at the airport budget from 25-26, under controllable costs, it lists all of these things which look like salary to me, which total were budgeted at almost 300,000.
Correct.
And then it has non-controllable costs, which looks like things that we're gonna have to keep paying even after we don't have staff,
Mhm.
which was another 84,000. So am I understanding it right that essentially that 300 in a year without any employees will be able to go to this, and the 80 something will continue because those are ongoing obligations?
A
Like what-
portion of the 300,000 will remain because a portion of the salaries and benefits for our public works director, for our facilities manager, is still going to remain airport oversight. So that's going to stay in there for salaries and benefits. So the salaries and benefits won't go to zero. That should not be an expectation of this council or the community. But it will be reduced. It will be reduced as a result of KTRO providing the service that is currently being provided by staff.
So, well, there's one other component. The other thing that doesn't come out of there, Councilor Reedy, is OPEB line items.
Right, that's in the
That's in the
non-controllable.
non-controllable
So that's in
costs.
that
That's in the
80,000.
84.
You
Yeah.
end up just kind of having that because we still pay for it even after people are
Yeah.
gone.
So
I
that's
wasn't
the,
counting that because that continued, right?
right, so that's the PERS unfunded liability, that's the OPEB, there's, workers' comp, there's other things in there that just will continue even if we eliminated everybody from that fund and didn't have any staff in there, or staff expenses.
One other little revenue, well, not little, there's another revenue item that's not identified in the report because, the project takes a long time, but we haven't budgeted for, although we've anticipated what what are we calling Ed's project? I forget what it's called. Oh, Full Throttle. That's right. Sorry. Full Throttle. Why did I forget that? Full Throttle is not budgeted in this budget because that's a long build, but that's, somewhere between 50 and 66 hangars that will be online paying lease buying. So as you see next budget, we'll start to actually absorb or realize some of those additional revenues, which close the gap. But I'm going to give it back to you because I know you have more, but just one thing I need to say is that one of the things that's been really complex about this issue is that there's no way to improve airport service cheaper than we're doing it now. We've learned that. We either hire more public employees to do that work, and they would, more than one person essentially full-time out there. And that doesn't get us to the place that we think KTRO gets us, which is driving top-line revenue improvements. And they spoke about it a little bit, but they have some examples in other airports that are similar in size where they were looking at 30% year-over-year increases to fuel sales, which really move the needle financially significantly. Sorry, Nita, go ahead.
Yeah, essentially, right? And so if you think about what it would take to make this an international airport, Mayor Pearl, we have one staff person that works limited hours. I mean, he's full-time, but he starts early in the morning and then he checks out early because You can't work a guy more than 8 hours or 10 hours in a day, depending on their schedule or person. And so we would have to hire a minimum of 1 to 2 more full-time staff at that fully burdened, rolled up cost of around at least $80,000 to $100,000 a year. So 2 more staff at $100,000 a year, $200,000 versus the cost of this agreement with KT Aero. And what Sean alluded to that this agreement gets us is the KT Aero's ability to drive those top line revenues. And when we were having a conversation with Travis earlier, and since our geofence apparently excludes foreign entities because Travis is located in Canada. Jen's over there pulling her hair out. It's okay. It's all right, Jen. I got it. I got it. I can do Travis. So what I will tell you that Travis told us earlier is that the reason that they drive revenues is because of their reputation and their ability to provide excellent management, that gives them the chops essentially to reach out to build partnerships, to not just make introductions, good luck city, but to reach out to an organization and say, hey, we are here now at this airport. You know us from this airport where we did this thing and we got you this deal and it brought more overall revenue to the airport. And so they leverage those previous relationships to then build those relationships at this airport to give us an opportunity for more jet travel, for things that we've never done before, like a towing fee where they could help us identify a piece of equipment that allows us to tow aircraft. Richard, we talked about that. That's for a fee, that's not for free. And it just brings more revenue because they are here, they make it rain. And that is the thing that we get. That's right.
What they call rainmakers.
So, yeah, right. Make it rain. Okay, so,
Boy,
and I don't-
Travis, I hope you're listening.
she's lowering expectations with every phrase. So I appreciate the explanation. I fully support what we're doing and agree with everything. I'm just trying to understand the numbers. So on the 300,000-ish, given once they kind of take over, it's kind of fully transitioned, is half of that still the city's responsibility, a third, somewhere in between there?
About half will still stay on the books. And you know what we can do is because the city still needs to provide oversight, right? And so that's Matt's wages, that's Scott's wages, that's, a little bit of like me and Sean. And so a bunch of that is filtered in there, right? But what we can do is we continue to move forward in future years, not first year for sure, but in future years with KT Aero, and if everything that we have heard from other airports and them is the thing, which I believe it is, and John, nobody was more skeptical when they came forward than me of like, are you kidding? How am I supposed to make this work, right? But if they are and will be everything that they say, what we can consider in future years is dialing back the oversight of city staff, not eliminating because that's not a thing, but dialing it back where we even reduce the impact of salary and benefits to the airport fund further. The other thing, kind of future savings to the airport, is the smaller interfund loan, not the big one, but that's going on for 60,000 years, no, 60 years, sorry. The smaller one will be paid off, I think, don't quote me, either in 28, 29. Yeah, 28, 29, which is an additional over $100,000 into
$140,000.
the airport one. Yes.
Yeah.
So that will be that, when that happens, when it's paid off, that will be a huge relief to the airport fund. And will essentially, just that alone, paying off that loan, will eliminate the year over year deficit status of the airport and continue to actually make some ground.
I appreciate all the explanation. Again, I'm super supportive of it and the work.
I
staff-
appreciate your questions because it gives me an opportunity to tell you how somebody who was very skeptical about this in the beginning became a convert.
I'm looking forward to it raining money, and I appreciate And I appreciate the staff and Mayor Pearl's work on getting us to this point. Thanks.
And Mayor, just one last thing, I just think it's always important, because I suspect you will somewhat do this, but just to kind of go back and create a little bit of perspective. This business, you could still say was a dying business, leasehold revenues are static. We had no opportunity really for new development. Mayor Pearl has been talking about professional management, I think, since he moved to Lincoln. And we would never have been in a place were it not for the sort of city council taking what really is a pretty small portion of our total work portfolio at the city and saying, hey, like, we're going to spend a lot of time on this. And the amount of time that I spend talking to Matt, where we both are like, do we do anything else than work on the airport some days? Because that's just kind of what it takes to kind of make it something a little bit special. So we really think that the partnership makes a lot of sense here, and the scale of this particular contractor is perfect for us. It's, not only small airports and not super large ones that are really in Lincoln's position. So appreciate it.
Ben? Questions? You want to come back to hold for comments?
Come back.
Okay, good. Yeah, just let me follow on that a little bit. The airport is truly the only operation that is a business that the city runs. Everything else is, we have a monopoly. You want to build here, you have to conform to our rules. And an airport is totally different. And because pilots can get in their aircraft and they can fly away, they can get gas, they can get maintenance anywhere else. So you really have to run it as a business. And for years, decades, we didn't do that. And we're still paying the price for it, because we have ran up deficits and we're paying that off. And so I think this is a true opportunity, not just for Lincoln, but it's also an opportunity for South Placer. Because as Diego said, airports are income generators, and they're force multipliers. And so, but I've always said that the airport was a diamond not just in the rough, but very deep in the ground. And we finally excavated it, and now we're polishing it. And as soon as this contract if it's approved, we're going to be cutting it and putting on someone's finger. It really is a tremendous opportunity for us to turn this around, because this is something that we have and no one else has in South Placer. So it's a culmination of so many people's work, to bring it to this stage. So I think it's going to pay dividends back to us for years to come. I'll have a couple of comments afterward, but let's turn it over to our. Do we have any speaker cards on this, Hope, at this point?
No speaker cards.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment on this in the audience? Jen?
I have now allowed Canada to dial in.
Okay. Anyone on Zoom?
I do have one hand raised. Fran? You are unmuted. Please provide your public comment.
Hi, I just think this is wonderful. Ever since we came to Lincoln, particularly knowing the history of the airport, what it did during the war, its relationship with the B-25 bombers. I mean, Richard has made us aware of it, like he said, as long as he's lived here. But it's just a jewel, just waiting to be, polished and used. I just see commercial all around it, and I just see it being used. San Jose has Reed Commercial Airport. I think it's the 7th largest commercial airport in the country. And it's used all the time, and I just think that this is a great opportunity for us. So thank you for doing everything that you're doing.
Thank you, Fran. Anyone else on Zoom?
No one else on Zoom.
Okay. I'm just going to make a comment, then I'll open it back up to my colleagues also. And that one of the things that Diego said and Matt also talked about, and our city manager, is that the benefit that professional management brings to the table is not cutting costs. We've done a great job in that. We've got very good people working out at the airport. We always have with Matt and Scott and that team out there. They're holding it all together, but they can't drive top line revenue because it's just outside of their area of expertise. And that really is the benefit that professional management companies bring to airports. And there aren't that many professional management companies in the country. But because I've looked at this a lot, and where they do operate, they have always been very successful. And I think what we're doing here is creating an even more unique public-private partnership to drive it forward, a win-win situation. Not only we believe, not only are they going to bring the airport to profitability, we're also going to help us guide the development on the 84 acres that we have out there. And then also on the west side of the airport, where I think we have 300 acres out there, that's truly expandable. And that frankly is where profitable airports make their money. They don't make it on selling gas per se, and they don't make it on hangar rents. They make it on the footprint for businesses that are associated with the airport. And that's what we can do. And I'm confident that we're going to do it. The other thing, just from a financial standpoint, is that we are not giving up the revenue from gas sales. About half the revenue comes from sales of gasoline, and the other half comes from hangar rents. We're going to be buying the gas, and we'll be selling the gas. The profit from that is going to stay with the city, but KT Aero is going to be managing that out there. So they will be pumping the gas and cutting the grass and doing all the other stuff in addition to the development out at the airport. So we're not breaking any new ground here. This is it's a common type of management agreement between public and private agencies. So that's my take on it. As I think Sean said, I've been at this for almost a decade and a half, trying to do this. So anyway, other comments?
Well, I will say that as we've been discussing this, and I know you've been working on this for a very long time, Mayor. So I appreciate your work and the airport committee's work. So I think originally I was concerned about the cost. How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it? But listening to all of this, I feel a lot more comfortable, and it's clear to me that we're at the point now where we take a step. We take, well, I say take a risk, but it's not really, it's a calculated, it's a thought out risk. It's, we can't, one of the things that I've always pushed for here is to not be so afraid of everything, right? Like we are risk averse, but we're not paralyzed by that. And I think that this is another good example of we're ready to take this step, and I would rather jump in and do this and make it work. And, because we've been talking about our airport diamond in the rough, right? We want it to be the shiny thing that it can be, and that it's getting there. And so I don't want it to languish. I want it to thrive and to do well. And so I think this is the next step. My favorite quote, I don't even know who said it, is that a diamond is a lump of coal that sticks to the job. And we are sticking to the job here. Our airport is sticking to the job, and so we're going to get it there. So I'm in favor. You were afraid of what I was going to say, weren't you?
Oh, no.
Mayor, one provision I don't know that Matt mentioned is that I think I'm right about this. There's a 60-day mutual out clause in this agreement. So for any reason, doesn't work for them, doesn't work for us, there's always other options.
Whitney?
Well, I think we've captured the full timeline of this process, and so there isn't a whole lot, any new perspectives I can add other than I'm sitting here thinking about how long this has been a work in progress, and it's extra special that it's your mayoral year, and I just am really proud of the work that I've watched you do on airport, and I can't even imagine how many hours in just the last 2 years that you've been working on this, let alone before that, probably couldn't even calculate or quantify. But this is definitely something that Mayor Pearl has spearheaded and taken initiative to drive and work for this. And I think that it's going to be, I think it's absolutely what needs to happen for us to level up and turn it into all the things that we want it to be. And I think that It's going to be a big economic driver, and this is one of the few things that really are a part of our core identity in Lincoln, and that we can just only grow from there and see it to its potential finally. So it's special for a lot of reasons that this is, I think, happening right now. And I am very excited at what they can do with this new partnership. And then ending on that, I've done some research on their reputation, and Mayor Pearl has been an advocate for them and their product and service. But you can easily look online and see that they have great customer service and reputation for being, just looking at it again, old school hospitality, transparency, efficient handling, great efficiency, customer service, and those are all from independent pilots across all the different airports that come in and out. So I'm excited, and congratulations and thank you.
But, you know, this could not have happened without the staff, without a doubt. I mean, they embraced this, and that's the reason why it's coming about. There are many other staffs that would say, no, we want it's territorial, we don't want to give it up. They've embraced this because they can see the benefit to the city. That's what I love about this whole community. John? Okay, as well and always as good. Yes. Ben?
Yeah, for any really good outcome, you have to have an amazing vision of what it can be or what you want it to be. And with an analogy of getting an airplane to fly, it takes a lot of fuel to get that thing going to the point where you can then, you reach that speed that you can cruise, or it lifts off and you can maintain. But that's one of the reasons that you feel like you're doing, it's like every day you're doing airport, airport, airport. Well, once you get that and you break into it, then the beauty, the vision of what it is, you know, you'll be able to sit back and just kind of do a little bit of a maintain and the fruits of your labors. But I can't thank you guys enough, and of course, Richard, for your dedication on this, being that I'm not a pilot, but I grew up either on an Air Force base or near one, and still feel a passion for what it can do, what it'll be for the city. So, thank you.
Ben, you threw a lot of aviation terms in there. Very good.
Good job, Matt. I mean, Mayor Pearl's right. There was a lot of people that made this come to fruition, and it was all hands on deck, and it couldn't have happened if one of all of you weren't driving it and just working so hard to get it to this point. So I'm just very grateful.
Okay, if we're done, I'll accept a motion.
I'm moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Better not be any opposed.
Yeah.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Yay, woo-hoo.
Congratulations.
Good. All right, very good.
Get
City-
rain.
Yeah. Love it. City manager report, Sean.
Only one quick report tonight, just to kind of call attention if folks in the community, I think councils are members are gonna attend, but next, actually I have two things. Next Wednesday, we are doing one of our first street name unveilings for our former chiefs at Nondescript Street project. And this is the one that is the street that enters right where Jack in the Box is at the Safeway parking lot there on Lincoln Boulevard. And that's for Chief Barroso. And you may recall that he was the one individual of the 4 or 5 that we did that's still alive today. And there was some discussion about whether we should do that. One cool thing about that I can tell you is not the former chief, but people in his life, friends and others, have come to the counter in the last number of weeks and have said, hey, when is this going to happen? You know, we're really excited to go celebrate this with him. So Chief Alves was telling me he's going to be there. And so we'll get an opportunity to kind of celebrate his service here and you know, unveil the street sign. And we're going to be doing the other ones as well. go up. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, I didn't ask for permission to this, but I'm just going to do it anyway, is that somebody from our police department that's been here for quite a while is retiring this week, Lieutenant Matt Williamson. And I don't have off the top of my head the number of years of service, Chief. Do you know? 20 with Lincoln. He's been here a long time and is over that time becoming kind of an increasingly important member of LPD's team. And so just publicly, we'll be saying something nice to him Thursday, but publicly wanted to thank him for his time and hope that he and his wife have a really lovely retirement, who also just recently retired from Lincoln PD. So that's what I got. Thank you so much.
Very good, thank you. Council initiated business? Holly?
No.
All right. Whitney?
Not initiated business, but can you give us the update on the cell phone tower and toll bridges? On?
Thank you. That was the third one. So good news. There's a few things going on with cell phone towers. So we don't have great cell phone service at 12 Bridges and Cavadera. We've talked about it. There was an application for a project called Prairie Point that was over in the kind of the open space that's abutted by Coyote Pond. That was in that project for the time being has gone stale. We are thinking about ways we can pick it up, so I'll report back on that. The other tower, which is at the very top of Lincoln, up in Cavadera's area, which is actually a water tower we need to build anyway for metering systems. Jen has taken the lead. We've worked with a major carrier who will be our first signee to that tower, and we're hoping to be bidding out construction documents here in the next month and a half, with construction expected in November. It's a kind of a cool project because everything else we do is super weather dependent. This is much less weather dependent, and it doesn't take all that long either, a couple months. So what we're trying to do is line up our carriers that are going to be tenants for us on this tower, so that by the time that it's completed, they'll hopefully within some reasonable time period be going live with their service, which we will improve the cell phone service in all of that area. And then there are other locations that we're going to need to look at to really beef up the lower 12 Bridges sections where we have some dead zones. But overall, pretty cool. And this will be, I don't know that I've certainly never worked for a city that did its own tower. So this is pretty cool and innovative. And now we're even kind of kicking around the idea for just kind of responding to community need of just taking the lead on tower builds elsewhere, so that we're not just leasing ground. Because it always seemed like a really good idea, because it was like we didn't have to do any of the work, and then we just got a little bit of rent. And then Jen and I got to thinking, like, well, wait a second, we own the land. It's not that difficult to build a tower. They put up their own infrastructure. Why are we have middlemen here? So we'll be returning back with a few other ideas to beef that up a little bit moving forward. So good news.
Very good news. And we don't have to do a deep dive or anything, but I was just wondering if Prairie Point goes stale and dies, I'm wondering if I've often wondered if there's the ability for us to add on to existing 12 Bridges towers, like the one that's down, that's I didn't know about until like a year ago, that's like in that retail center, instead of building a new one up in like a green space.
I would never say no, because of course all things are solvable. But that I think is a much more difficult proposition, because there are, private deals that exist between carriers or private pole owners, and sometimes they may not, for strategic reasons, want to lease to another company. That, our perspective with our tower is anybody that provides service in Lincoln, if you're interested in paying the lease rate, we're happy, because it just provides service for our folks. So we could look into that, but I think what we're probably going to hear is that they are locked for the time being. And so, which is why we've sort of expanded. If we can't get the thing that we wanted through private means, then perhaps we just need to do it ourselves.
Or from scratch. Okay.
Mayor, may I ask a question? Sean, I know you're gonna hate this, but what's the update on the skate park with the construction company and the gas lines?
Yeah. So as important as this project was, it's been super unfortunate we've run into all these unforeseen conditions, but of course it would, right? It's been an odyssey. Really quickly, what happened was the project is bid and it's accepted by a contractor. They begin some of their due diligence and field work. We are working with utilities concurrently to determine what utilities may or may not need to be moved. We encounter a unknown service line that's a PG&E gas line that runs to our community center, also feeds the school, and it's going to run under a portion, it's already running under a portion of where we had thought we were going to build the skate park. All kinds of problems with that. Fortunately, in this instance, Brandon helped us out quite a bit. PG&E really jumped on this and has tried to help kind of arrange for what the relocation of that is. Problem is that because this is an old area of town, we also don't have great as-builts everywhere. And so there were other utilities that are also in that ground, phone, internet, things like that. So in the meantime, what Vin has come up with is we're going to basically pull those up over the construction site. And so service is not disrupted. And then we're going to work on relocating those underground so that we don't have issues. So it's been a lot of work to try to coordinate with the contractor on these changing conditions that, really were not known at the time that this was all bid, but it continues to move forward. I don't know, Vin, is there any more that I'm missing here in it?
Yeah, thankfully, the contractor was willing to suspend the contract. So the, the timeline is in suspension. We really need PG&E to complete design and relocation of the gas main that cuts across the site. As soon as that's completed, the contractor can remobilize and get everything going again. Unfortunately, it seems like everywhere we work with, even our major private subdivisions, we always seem to run into, our dependence on PG&E services, power.
Ben, is that going to be a contract addition to relocate the line, the gas line?
Yes, the city's gonna have to, work with PG&E and pay for the cost of relocating that.
Way we can get Brandon to
Yes.
get up a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll get either at the next meeting or by email. Well, I'll do it both, actually. I'll get you a kind of updated project schedule of where we think it's going to go.
Yeah, design is actually underway with PG&E, and we're just hoping to, get their stamp of approval so they can mobilize their construction crews.
John? Ben, anything? Okay, Ben, Councilmember Brown reminded me that I didn't say anything about Wings and Wheels, which is only a couple of weeks from now at the airport. And so can we bring KTR on right now so they can take this over? No, okay. So we're gonna have a lot of fun out there. Friday night and Saturday, we'll have a moon glow on Friday night. Saturday, we'll probably have 70 some odd aircraft out there, including the Coast Guard C-27, a World War II bomber. We have a jet, which I didn't even know was out there, a T-39, which is pretty cool, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Lots of stuff for the youngsters in aviation education. We're expecting probably about 10,000 people. Guaranteed no rain, no high heat, maybe just some locusts. We're not sure this year. Anyway, we'll see what happens. But it's going to be a lot of fun, just August 28th and 29th. Okay, very good. Committee reports. Holly.
I just have one thing to share. So last week, the members of SACOG board that are Placer County met with Congressman Ami Bera because he's going to be potentially part of Placer County's congressman now with Prop 50 rearranged. He won't be Lincoln's, but up the hill a little bit. And so he came and did a tour with Auburn Chamber, and he went out with PCWA earlier, and so then he met with the SACOG board, the Placer County people, really just to explain to him what do we do, how SACOG affects Placer County, how Placer County has really had to fight and scratch to get fund transportation dollars up here, and it's traditionally been more Sacramento centric, but over the last few years, we've really been able to obtain a lot of transportation dollars. And So, got to share with them what the Green Means Go grant was all about and all that. So it was a good meeting. He was very engaging and responsive and interested in, what we're doing. And so hopefully if, after the general election, if he becomes, which probably most likely, but their congressman, I think, that, we've got a pretty good start ourselves with Mike Thompson and Ami Vera, and then hopefully Kevin Kiley will win his section. So, it's not ideal, but we're working through it. So, yep,
Okay. Whitney?
that's all I've got.
I have everything starting tomorrow, all my committees for the month.
Okay. And later this week, I've got Pioneer and the Airport Committee next week coming up. John? Ben?
PCT or PCTPA, towards the end of the month, I'm sure I'll get an update on all I talked about.
Okay, very good. Okay, gone through that. Okay, we will adjourn the meeting. We're going back into closed session. I mean, we'll come back in here to close it out. So with that being said, done. We're reconvened from the closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do we have any reportable action?
Mayor and council members, no action was taken, and so direction was just given to staff.
Okay, thank you very much. In that case, meeting adjourned.